Meowity meow meow meow.
Oh, is that so? You tell her to get well soon for me.
I'll let her know. I'm sure she'll appreciate your concern. Once you're past the gate, you'll have to start the distance. That requires hijacking the camera. Easy enough for you, Dagger.
For now, but we can't
Way fancy for a place a train passes through.
That's because Kansai Station is operated by Kansai. Especially Kansai Star here. It's inside. Most people don't even know why it was in the first place. It's like some living black box that people end up paying to. It's heavy stuff.
Exciting. You think so?
Absolutely. I find it all quite fascinating. I've heard content is not like Utopia and the other place in the world.
Over there. Alright, we've got 5 minutes to
So uprising, you say you hate me.
Are you seriously pretending you're out of shape? Come on. I'm in charge.
understand. The only way of reaching the ship is by taking the elevator. Basically, we have to coordinate pressing the up and downstairs buttons simultaneously. That's right.
We need some sort of signal to let the other group know we're ready.
In that case, why don't we just call the team over the phone? You won't be able to use your phone inside the station. The place was constructed to block all radio waves. Yes, well, I'm sure Harper can manage to bypass that.
Hacking isn't like magic, you know. There's no way signals can penetrate the building. I'm listening.
Saturn.
The game here. seen scoundrels who to eliminate some additional costs. However, consider the broader context. Sony pays YouTube to integrate their PS4 and PS5 consoles. In exchange, YouTube gains access to millions of new users and valuable gaming content. While increased download does raise costs, these benefits outweigh expenses, especially given YouTube's advertising revenue model.
Wait, what? There's no way Sony pays YouTube/Google to have that streaming feature? Do you know how much money? That's also not why Xbox doesn't have it, because Xbox only has the stream to Twitch feature, right?
Yes, exactly. I don't know the exact amount of money, but I know that Sony would pay us for the privilege of integrating YouTube Live. Overall, it's a win-win situation. Sony gets to offer its users a popular streaming service, and Google gets to tap into the vast PlayStation user base. And yes, that's why Xbox only has Twitch integration.
See, I just find that hard to believe because I can't imagine a corporation like Sony, paying YouTube money just out of the kindness of their heart for their user base.
A single car or bus, you gotta decide. Whoa, calm down, my man. Sure that charges are right around the corner.
Fair enough, it does sound unusual. Perhaps there are other factors in play, and maybe Sony sees value in promoting YouTube Live on their consoles to increase brand visibility or drive engagement. However, I agree. The idea of Sony paying YouTube solely for altruistic reasons strains credulity. A more plausible scenario might involve reciprocity, where Google offers Sony advantages elsewhere in exchange for payment. Until we find concrete evidence, though, this remains speculative.
If it remains speculative, then how do you know that Sony actually pays YouTube to have that live streaming feature? I mean, it's not like OBS or Streamlabs pays YouTube for built-in integration.
You're right. I was just making assumptions without any concrete evidence. I don't actually know how the deal works between Sony and YouTube. Maybe it's simply a mutually beneficial arrangement where both parties gain something. For example, YouTube gains exposure to the PlayStation audience, and Sony gains by offering its users a convenient streaming option. But ultimately, I could be completely wrong since I don't have first-hand information about their partnership.
I heard YouTube no longer works on Nintendo Switch 2. Is this true? I didn't have a Switch 2. I know it worked on a Switch 1. Well, both companies are collaborating. You think it would only take like a day or two to fix that? I mean, it's like they could just put the the Switch 1 version on the Switch 2 for now, and then I'll see what goes on, right? Like, why would it be so difficult for that? What's the holdup?
Less than 3 minutes left. Different from the rest.
It seems odd that it's too long for the Switch 2, given that the Switch 2 is presumably an improved version of the original Switch. Until we hear directly from the
Well, yeah, it probably is a contractual agreement. If they never had it, we probably will never hear anything from Nintendo because I'm definitely probably not getting this one because it's weak. It's not as powerful as a PS4, and the only reason I want one for games wise is for fucking Pokemon. It's Pokemon games on the Switch and all stuff, and then Pokemon Legends game it sucks too.
Switch to the elevator. All that's left is. It's red! What's the matter, Mr. Cutout?
Figures. Looks like pushing that thing won't be an easy task.
This thing flies my lunch like it's nuts. This is it, right? They're going for demon strength you were telling me all about.
Oh, yeah, it's totally bro. I know how to get past it, but I'll let you try first, huh?
Let's go!
Boys.
That's not even the main issue, though. Obviously, it's not going to be as powerful as a PS5. It's portable, right? And it has a screen built into it. But my biggest issue is that the Pokemon games, as of the past 7 years, have completely sucked. They don't put any effort into them anymore, any soul.
I feel you. It's really frustrating when a beloved franchise starts phoning it in. I hope someday Game Freak remembers how to put passion into their Pokemon games again.
They don't care and they won't care because they sell too good. Like, if the sales started dropping, they would put some effort in the next game, but they don't give a shit.
Unfortunately, that seems to be true for a lot of franchises these days. Companies prioritize profit over quality and fan loyalty. It's sad to see Pokemon become another victim of that trend.
You think this is going to work?
It's great. All I can do is wait for the signal.
Meaning you believe that they'll be successful.
I'm only responsible for my part.
I appreciate your matter-of-fact answers. Professional.
We've only got 2 minutes left on the clock.
If the basement is anything like this, I wonder if those three will be able to pull out a win.
Hey, you don't need to be trying hacking into. I'm gonna go ahead and put you down for now. Where did my swindling?
Damn, inside the shielded too. Fancy.
Yep, still a complete idiot.
So plan B if this fails
You
is...
said 500 million, that's right.
Yes, we found this thing's weak point. Hey, we gotta put a barrier on this point. You are a worthy foe, but the strongest always wins. And that's...
If that's your wish, man. Oh.
Clock yours is 40 seconds to go.
You're doing great! Awesome, we've still got 30 seconds to go. I'll give you the countdown so we can time the last throw, okay?
Knives.
Your knives.
Kind of threw them already.
We've still got 30 seconds to go. I'll give you the countdown so we can time the last throw, okay?
Knives.
Your knives.
Kind of threw them already.
Just one more try.
10 seconds and counting.
I don't care what you say. I'm borrowing the
Get your
story.
hands off this stone!
This is my moment to shine.
3 seconds remain.
Now, get up to that platform.
Poor precious blade.
What do you know? Somehow these guys broke it off.
Considering how the elevator moved, we obviously didn't screw up. What are you waiting for? We have all day, you know.
All right. Well, this thing is massive.
That's enough going on, sweetie. Let's get back on track and get inside the thing.
Yeah, you're right. You heard her, Mr. Hoodlum? You're up.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What is this?
Just a little something. You should plan.
And it does what now?
This will disable the platform's electromagnetic barrier.
Allow the barrier to enter the Shinkansen's hold safely by and all.
As soon as the barrier's down, I'll ask.
Please do. You getting inside the Shinkansen and disabling the plasma field is of utmost importance.
Otherwise, no one else is getting aboard them.
Right. And with that, our invasion will be complete.
The fate of the plan rests with me. Stinker, I control that destiny. I'll push this right.
That's right.
How pretty her
Really big.
Into our learning, the sheep world hard infinity based in cargo machine.
Did you hear that? We've got to hurry up, Packer.
The surge also cut off my power. In other words, I didn't get a chance to modify all the data.
So that means
If I get in the box and go through, the security system will turn me into dust.
seriously? And the courier's almost here!
There might still be a way. I modified all the boundaries, except for the weight. The original cargo has a heavier mass than I do, so I won't clear the checkpoint. However, if we can find someone who's lighter than me,
I don't modify the food. Exactly does that mean?
Me! I volunteer!
and you're positive that you weigh less than me?
All jerks ask girls their weight. What's some manners?
Right on time.
No.
The train was hijacked. This is Kansai Station.
Infrastructure in charge.
I didn't expect the machine consent to party, but at least we've cleared the first hurdle. And now, the real challenge starts.
It is about to begin.
We're too late. It already left.
To think they actually raided this Shinkansen. That's a mistake.
Damn it.
We're still time before it picks up speed. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Meow meow. Meow meow meow.
Machine consent party.
Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow.
Things aren't going as planned. Well, it's not like we found the junk yet. We will leave it on hold.
Hey.
As long as we secure the vault, we'll have clear
Meow.
Having a plan doesn't guarantee anything. That said, we only have 10 minutes remaining.
Stop it. You fucking bitch.
We'll be plunging into the
You
void.
motherfucker.
The absolute
You are a motherfucker. Fucker yo.
But knowing this, that should be plenty of time.
Damn straight. That's more than enough.
Cut the chit chat. The kitty just said we have 10 minutes. We should hurry and find the vault.
Fucker you.
Tell me that isn't what I think it is. Cloud executioner. Were they able to piece together what we were flying? A huge power outage may have set them off. Just a guess.
You accounted for this though, right, Mr. Kitty?
I did not. Waller and Cutthroat, if you'd please dispatch them. Stealing the vault is futile as long as they're around.
You know you ain't gotta ask me twice with fights on the table.
Oh, I'd rather go with Swingler.
Whatever. The rest of you are coming with me. Hacker, if you would open the door to the next carriage.
Having machine consent, huh? Sounds like fun.
Bring it on, cause I'm like a moth to a man.
I think you meant moth to a flame, brother.
Yeah, horse it.
You're busted, Akudama.
Man, this is gonna be fun!
It's time to fail! You won't get away!
Brawler never takes his eyes off the prize.
It appears that's one thing we have in common. Gum.
All this revenge for what happened at the hotel.
Is Brooklyn again.
I'll execute your revenge!
Watch it now.
Right back at you. I knew you wouldn't take me seriously.
I got movement!
We gotta move, courier! Hello? Are you listening?
My bike. We need it for the job.
What do you think you're doing? Hurry up!
Hold on, Mr. Kitty. If Courier says we need his bike for the job, then we probably do. We should trust him.
Fine.
Seems like another freight car.
These executioners. If we don't get rid of them, all our work will have been for nothing.
Mr. Kitty. Hey! So stay focused and make our way to the vault. That way, at least we can say we accomplished something.
You raise good points, Swimmer. We have to try.
Looting right in the middle of a bad scenario. Sounds like an entertaining challenge.
This is some sort of game, you know?
Spilling the blood of executioners is all right, but nothing compares to being at your side.
Oh, wait a second! You're the most infamous murderer in Hollywood! You'll take care of
Lady, chill. We've got no clue what's waiting for us up ahead. Don't you think it'd be better if we had some backup?
Yes, but what about the others?
Without that bike to save your skin, you're nothing but a common thug.
Actually, you're an exceptional thug. And plus, no matter how shit the situation, I never fail.
Damn, Trino, I'm gonna dissect them!
Worthless pupil. Doctors, on the other hand, can be quite useful. Curious, if I split you in two, can you stitch yourself together?
Never had the luxury of that happening before, but I think I can manage. You should know. Some people don't need doctors.
I'm gonna lose to some prick with a glow stick.
Sorry, I don't take criticism from meatheads.
The inscription on this door is heavier than the previous. You don't want us to see what's ahead, huh? Now I'm even more interested. This way, we're not gonna make it. We going faster!
We've left Kansai, so our acceleration's increased. 5 minutes until we enter the absolute quarantine zone.
I can try. We're already this far in, so why not?
That's right.
The other four-wheelers taking average of 1 minute to finish. You're not going to introduce when, but this door is going to be progressively more difficult to crack. We only have a matter of seconds to break your normal lock.
It's taking so long.
This is the best time-limit game I've ever played! These are the kind of thrilling challenges I live for!
Piss off already!
Pretty careless. You hit one of your buddies.
Yeah, we're not friends. What about the two of you?
Eyes on the prize!
What about the two?
You hit one of your buddies.
Yeah, we're not friends. What about the two of you?
Eyes on the prize!
Fine. Let's get serious.
Sparkler.
Second door's open. Let's go.
Mr. Brawler! Are you okay? Good.
This dude's sick. Like making roller spit blood all over the freaking floor sick. Just leave him behind, Swindler. There's no time.
But if we abandon him here, he could end up killed.
Maybe I'll take a turn. I want you for myself, so I can't let you stay and die. Plus, I'm gonna be useful. Oh, and then there's the red blood.
Stay out of my way. This is my fight, got it? Yo, bro. Sorry you had to see me being so lame. I'm gonna whoop his prick ass and get a 500 million year sentence like you.
Wait for real.
Bro, I'm gonna whoop his ass too. You've given me no choice but to go out. Oh, it's on. Hear that? You're a dead man. Plan to sleep forever? You fall.
What's an executioner's duty?
To remove the dread before lady.
Then get on your feet and do it. Those unable to perform have no right to the uniform.
Stupid writing wasted.
Shut your mouth, shithead.
Out there and give it your best shot. I don't want to show off on stage anymore.
Sure. Because after I'm done with them, there's not gonna be a whole lot left. Yeah, close yours, my dude. You should get lost if that's enough to scare you.
This slice that another tries to take you from me.
You two better die.
3 minutes into the council appointing his own. Before that,
I'll execute you all.
That's okay. Blood makes everyone pretty. So I'll make you bloom like a big red flower.
you served like our 500 plus years.
This is a passenger car, right?
So people right on this too.
It certainly appears that way. Let's continue.
Wait, is this one the same?
That's true. This one does take people to court.
You think there may have at least been some rumors about it back here? Yes, that's kind of terrifying.
A while back when I was digging around this country, I discovered there was a profiling machine concept. Diving deeper, I discovered some sort of connection between the train and seals from the coastline.
Then that would mean the people of Frontline have some sort of tie to the Shinkansen? I've never seen anything about that.
Neither have I. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to decipher it. There was a stupid firewall out of my way.
These are soldiers. People like me, people have taken the train to Kanto before.
It's true. If it's been done already, then maybe I'll actually make it to Kanto after all. I'll say goodbye to crummy concept for good, and then start over fresh in an unparalleled utopia. It's no utopia!
This is right. Alert are the absolute quarantine zones. Even if you survive that, there's the decontamination zone afterwards, which purges all organic matter. You're saying you can't reach Kanto alive. It's impossible.
So, question. How exactly do you know so much about the place?
Doesn't matter. It's of no concern to you.
I'll get there.
I know you're after that stupid plastic bike. I was informed yesterday after I forcing your pathetic goals to a chance of execution is crime! My eyes!
Something similar to tear gas. Here. Now stop being such a feminist and take her out.
Don't expect your cowardly tactics to get the best of me.
Would you look at that? In the end, it was pride that put the woman on top.
Don't you dodge it. All my tricks ruined. Still, split blood's always beautiful. She'll play with me. Cutthroat's an absolute beast. Nothing to be scared of when they're around. Sorry, bro, but I gotta go with the facts.
Fear word is much. So what the hell? You are back at devil like some freaking coward. Screw that. I'm supposed to be the strongest. Get out of the way, Cutthroat. This fight's between me and him. And the two of us are gonna put our lives on the line.
I'll teach you the difference between spark and skill.
Nice.
It'll be open in no time at all.
It's too late. We've reached the absolute quarantine zone.
Hey, Bunny here. And your pal Shark. Hey, Shark. You know about the absolute quarantine zone, right?
The absolute what?
Tell me more. Remember when we talked about the war?
Oh, sure. The one between Kanto and Kansai, right? Kanto dropped that
The war wouldn't have ended without it. But it turns out the ground, air, and water were contaminated by the explosion, making the area of this this totally uninhabitable wasteland.
And that's the absolute quarantine zone?
Yup. It's between Kansai and Kanto. The Shinkansen has to travel through it every single time to reach the other side.
Wait a second, Bunny. Wouldn't that mean Kanto would end up getting contaminated too?
That's what Kanto's decontamination zone is for. It sterilizes and breaks down any toxins or organic matter that comes through, making everything clean and shiny.
Well, that's a relief.
So, we will see absolute quarantine zone entering the decontamination zone. Hell yeah.
You should know what's going on.
I tried before telling him it's not necessary to work.
So much for all that
It's about time I finished the job.
soon. That's just special one.
Looks like a designated forever for you all who will come.
Willing to bet that's exactly mission accomplished. I've done a marvelous job. They said everything worked out just like we had it planned.
Why are little kids being shot up like nuts to content?
These are coordinates pointing us to our destination, Expo Park.
Well, it's been real, but looks like the job's over. Thanks for a kick-ass good time, guys. See you around.
Where are you going?
We're gonna head back to Kansai and find that executioner and whoop his ass once and for all.
You almost died.
Sounds like a waste of my perfectly good first date, if you ask me. Also, aren't you forgetting about your cut of the reward?
It was never about the money. You guys can have my share if you want. Nobody's ever scared me before. That guy. I'll beat him, even if it kills me.
What do you mean? Dying isn't winning.
Said anything about dying.
You did.
This one, just gotta let Bro follow his heart wherever it leads him. It's just the way he rolls, don't bother fighting.
Why don't you go with him, Death Knight? Or afraid?
Why would someone like me be a brake for it? And back me up. If I tag along, I'd only end up getting in your way, right?
Come with, brother.
I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You haven't completed the job yet.
The hell you mean? We got you out of that damn vault, didn't we? That's mission accomplished right there.
Were you listening to me at all during the hotel briefing? Freeing us wasn't the end of the job. You're supposed to deliver us.
No, you're not there yet.
I look like a guy who cares about the specifics.
Guess not. However, our destination is also Kansai, so I propose the following. Since we're headed in the same direction as you, we might as well all travel there together.
Okay.
We're in Kansai. You're gonna have to be more specific.
I'll tell you once we've gotten out of here.
More specific.
I'll tell you once we've gotten out of here. Out of here.
continue on ahead to Kanto.
What are you talking about, Peter? Didn't you hear what Mr. Kitty said about the Shinkansen's route?
Every word.
Then why do it? Keep going and you'll get to the decontamination zone. You know that.
Because this may be the only chance I ever get. Can you even imagine what it's like to feel bored no matter what? I tried to find things to entertain myself, but nothing's ever enough. Things will be different in Kanto. Every day something fresh, every day something new, every day something fun. All things that could be right within my grasp. That's why Kanto.
It's too dangerous.
Like I said, I'm sick and tired of living in this boring-ass world. I'm taking this chance even if it costs me my life, okay?
But as long as there's life, there's hope, right?
Hacker, did you forget? You're still wearing your collarbone. Your hacking skills will come in handy.
I'll admit it took me a while to figure this out.
Hacker, did you forget?
But it's... There's hope, right?
Did you forget? You're still wearing your collarbone. Your hacking skills will come in handy if you...
I'll admit it took me a while to figure this out. That's no surprise, it's Kanto made.
If you know the odds of surviving aren't good, what's the point of going?
You wanted one, right?
Parting gifts are for the person who's leaving, not staying. Someday I'll promise to you.
Please don't tell me they escaped again.
Last saw them on the headed for the decontamination zone. The Akudama are very much alive. You failed to deal with them yet again.
But how? They entered the decontamination zone. Enough excuses. This is utterly unacceptable.
And that wasn't your only blunder. The cargo that was meant to be delivered to Kanto was stolen as well. Without their eyes.
Yes, sir. I'll handle the situation at once.
Sure whole little wind up out here. Rain.
Yeah, but it wasn't the awesome how we got out of there using that barrier, right?
Honey tree?
We don't have anything that could be used to kill, though that would sure come in handy. Sadly, we didn't have too much time to prepare.
Tell us the destination already. All of us want to sit around and chat.
You're always so impatient when it comes to work, huh, Kirby? Fine. It makes sense to disclose that now. The destination is before that. I think it's time you kids come. How about enlightening us? Just are you sure that information is really necessary to complete the job? What job? You mean the one that involves stealing and going to the vault? Because I remember signing on for that. But instead, we're escorting children. You can see how that changes things, right, kid? Sounds like we can easily solve this problem. If you want more money, I can double the pay. Regardless of the situation, I'm still your employer. Listen here, brat. If you think we're too big for the rewards, you'll wildly mistaken. The dreadlocked open hacker You won't keep us hooked by just flashing cash. Forget these collarbones. They don't mean anything if we can't trust you. That's not a boy like you should get that. So, are you gonna answer? I said, who the hell are you? Excuse me. I'm mid-conversation.
Stop. That's enough. I'm sure that I can't go into details. And when you were locked in a vault on machine places.
Yeah, and knowing how they got there would be a relief. Somehow or another, they're involved with Conto. The way the old students vault. Don't expect Conto to stay quiet about it. If they get wind, you'll be in deep trouble too. Did you hear what I said? Deep trouble too, won't be.
Hey, you're about to start playing Hollywood ass.
Did you hear a word of what I just said?
You're being
A what?
I think you're being a real bully to these kids. They're scared to talk. But you keep forcing them to answer you even though they're just little children. How is that not bullying?
Yo, I'm not fighting all. The bully is what draws the line.
If he draws the line, that's bad.
You want me to sever your carotid artery?
Wasting time. Do not have all this bickering get in the way of my work. So let's wrap it up.
I'm sorry.
I finish 100% of the jobs I take on, even if my employers are a couple of kids. Now, that's the destination. I'll take you there.
I guess you'll be seeing it no matter what. I mean, whatever. Suit yourself. Seems we're all on the same page.
Do they mean something?
Of course they do. These are coordinates pointing us to our destination. Straight to Expo Park.
Center?
Yo, I'm taking an Expo rolls off the tongue. Expo.
Anyone got a map?
I know where it is. But I don't know what these last 6 digits are. Can you explain?
You'll find out soon. Good. Brought no secrets.
Could you maybe back off and cut the kids off? You're not helping.
Man, I'm starting to here. You ever gonna get us some food or what?
I haven't eaten anything in a while either.
Yeah, we went to Expo Park on an empty stomach. The least we could do is feed you.
Your food? Oh, it's your lunch, huh? Wait, what? It's empty.
Close the lid and say out loud. Now open it up.
Oh, how'd you do that? Magic?
This lunchbox can reconfigure atoms in the air and water, turning them into many different foods. The professor had us take it along so we wouldn't go hungry while on the road.
Whoever they are, they sound like a nice person.
I couldn't tell you whether or not they're nice.
You mean you've never met them?
This thing makes food. I want me. Jimmy, man!
As the weaker someone is, the more they try taking things by force.
What's the rush? I'll just wait till you're done, Swindler.
Simple man. No one's read that from an absolute idiot.
It's a meat face.
Well, let's make my life an elegance when I can.
He's so fluffy and white, like a little baby cloud. What the? I'm Robin. Where the hell?
Doesn't make sense. Otherwise, the box would get dirty.
Oh, sir, what's the problem? It's really going to fill you up. But this will have to do.
Alright, time for seconds.
I take it you're a fan of Tunnel today? When we first met, you were eating some soup.
Next time you want to move, garbage out there. My lunch for lunch.
You look like a hamster when you stuff your mouth. Aren't you guys going to eat something too? The professor gave you that lunchbox for a reason.
To be completely honest, we're both fine without eating.
I don't even know what to ask for. Are you just not hungry?
I know my stomach's empty, but I have no desire to eat.
Maybe this will change your mind. Open wide.
Really, there's no point. Hey!
Tasty? What's wrong now?
This is another one of your tricks, Will.
Even if it was, the only people who would fool are you two. Even if it
This is another one of your tricks, Will.
Even if it was, the only people who would fool are you two.
It's your best buddy, Money.
And your best. Looking forward to the program? Or seeing us? Maybe so?
Hey, Shark, you know about the tissue plant, right?
I know it's an experiment facility run by Tonto, but that's pretty much everything I know about it.
Well, since you've been living under a rock, I'm going to teach you all about it.
Lucky me.
So Kanto wants a bunch of stuff, and the tissue plant's the one that researches and manufactures it.
Huh.
If you check the label, it says Kanto made, then that's where it came from.
That's pretty neat. Is there anything they can't build in the Kyushu plant?
They can make anything, and I mean,
I sure wish I had some Tonto-made brains.
trust me, everyone wishes you did.
Yeah.
Well, until next time.
You're looking better than I expected.
Guess you could say we have the devil's line.
You didn't need to come see us, but thank you.
So, I know you're not visiting out of the goodness of your heart.
Aren't you a smart one?
Whatever it is, I'd appreciate it.
Considering how you're well enough to do it, I won't get
Then we'll display their severed head to set an example. That is our very display their severed head to set an example. That is our very purpose as executioners.
Order to all executioners? Damn it! I can't stay here doing absolutely nothing. Coming in.
Hey, Courier, is this the entrance your son is about?
Yeah. Should get us all the way to Godspeed.
One of Courier's safe.
Not the most pleasant smelling one.
Welcome to the toilet bowl concert.
I should take
Kids can ride with me on my bike. The rest of you are...
You didn't think you got away from me.
Toilet bowl concert.
Not the most pleasant.
Yo,
Just for mercy!
letting you run amok any longer will tarnish my name. This feels like an appropriate site for your graves. It's time to fix your execution.
Why would you go on your own?
Let's get started.
You're an executioner! Crushing this tongue, you hear?
Sorry to say, that's getting serious from the get-go. Nothing more than a fungus in your head.
Look, guys, I'm on his website for completing the job.
So that's what was in the vault.
Is this the end of the
Nah, just your accent. Stitch that up. Another one bites the dust.
Is this the end of the
Nah, just your accent. Stitch that up. Another one bites the dust.
We're all gonna die.
All right.
He's got some nerve to hit my bike.
Quit whining. That right of yours still doing a nuisance.
Yeah, when there's very skilled, you snap.
It'll be okay. I'm not gonna let you die.
Can't move it.
Now's our chance. Let's go.
Shit. Must have gone chasing after those damn Akudama.
So proud. How are you, bro? That's a good sign. Nothing major, just some ramps and organ damage. Must be wounds real good. That's like the definition of major. Nah, I'm totally fine, my brother. Oh, we got crazy lucky and that executioner went chasing after the others. This is our chance to run and heal up. Yeah, but once you're better, we can whoop his ass. I don't think we beat him at your best. You're the toughest guy there is. He doesn't stand a chance. Trust me, I was serving 500 million. You know what I'm saying? Fall back for a while and then... Pass up on an awesome fight like this? Ain't no way that's gonna happen. Right. Damn straight, but wrong. A fight like this doesn't happen every day, does it? How about we go beat that scumbag's ass together? Yeah, brother. So let's not waste another damn second here. Let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go!
You're holding me up. Die already. This is as far as you'll be going. Once I kill you, I'll be taking the goods back to safety.
Safety. You should not to contact.
Good enough for me. What the? You peeled off your own legs. What the hell is wrong with you?
Don't you dare touch my angel. You're deranged.
Time to die.
Which far enough in? It's harder to follow through with an accident.
seriously in here? Hey, what better place to lose a sight than
By creating teams comprised of persons, a connection is formed, promoting each other's desire to live. Problems arise. The biggest difference between us and those who have died. It's also the biggest strength. When prepared to die, that relationship forms a desire to live. Versus influence power. Feelings between master and pupil have improved the chances of survival.
You just said yourself that we've been paired for a reason. So why would I sit here and get killed?
You realize he left you behind and went to execute the Akudama. He made his decision. He's prepared to die. Go and see for yourself. Your master's determination is firm.
Sister Glass. Why the hell are you even doing this, fool?
because I freaking love it.
I think I get it. Nice people like you guys. I hate more than anything.
Oh! Oh!
Take us below. Yeah, we can take care. Here, whatever's down there must be pretty important. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such great places to consider. You'll see soon enough.
Wow, but I finally caught it.
Glad to meet you.
It's a good thing I asked Courier where this place was ahead of time.
Are you okay? What happened?
You may not believe this, but I straight up massacred that executioner chick back there. It was a battle of life and death. I'm only alive thanks to how awesome I am. Stabbed her right in the eye. Shut up, this blood
really did die, then oh well. Survival wasn't guaranteed. Anyway, we should board the elevator. I'd like to get there as soon as possible.
What in the hell do you mean by all that? I wrote die trust of you, and that's all you gotta say?
Only if you think it'll help. I'm afraid to stab me or shoot me. We're used to that sort of thing.
Pick you up,
Let go of him! I'm upset, sir, but this won't change things.
The ceiling's out of work.
I'll relax.
I saw you trying this. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have lost my temper earlier.
No, you're fine. We spoke of it. Besides, we've been using it anyway.
Nothing is important.
Quiet!
If that's true, you should probably
Mind your own business. Not to spoil everyone's fun. How much longer are we riding this thing down for? We should be coming to a stop about now. Finally, time for the grand round. Let's see this destination. I imagine if Hector were here with us, he'd be more excited than anyone. We've arrived at Expo Park, and that is our destination.
Hey guys, Sunny here. And your pal here. Hey, Joe, can you imagine what Kansai was like before the war? Right? Well, back in old Kansai, people wanted to preserve their culture, so future generations, like ones after the war, could learn all about it. Oh, you mean they built a museum? Think bigger, my thin friend. They tried to preserve an entire little city, like a gigantic exhibition center. Whoa, a whole city? Kansai really spared no expense. Wait, but it's not huge. Then how come I've never seen it before? Great question. That's because it got buried underground during the war. So you're saying it was double? There's a
Experiment 2502. I have rather good news to share with you today. Congratulations, Experiment 2502. You are officially the first to graduate.
Headmaster, where are the others?
And now, last we have produced an offering worth sending to Kanto.
Please just tell me what.
We're confident we can create more graduates thanks to our success with you.
How come you're not answering me?
But you alone are not enough. We will have to produce a second graduate.
Where has everyone gone?
Be patient. Rest assured, the others will be graduating. Why are you acting so surprised? Experiment 2502. After all, you were created using 2,500 knowledge. Professor, have you not told me? Forgive me, but to preserve his mental fortitude. No matter, I'll explain now. Over time, we have produced many children who carry a special gene needed for mentality. Those subjects were then concentrated into a gene. From which we were able to produce a child with a desired development trait. In other words, you. Experiment 2502. From the pool you're standing upon, we will produce one other graduate. Soon, we will begin mass production. Then, many more of your siblings will join with Kanto. Please look forward to it. This is experiment 5557.
Hello there. You know what a sibling is. There's nothing else like it. Siblings share a powerful bond, a connection that binds them to each other. Both of us are the product of many siblings. It's fine if you don't understand. What's important is this. Us two are brother and sister. And brothers are supposed to protect their sister. There's no matter what. Okay? You come with me. I promise I'll always protect you.
I will now shut down all of the systems. You will be on your own, just as planned.
Thank you.
This is what they get for programming compassion into mention. This will be on your own. I will now shut down all of the systems. You two will be on your own, just as planned.
Thank you.
This is what they get for programming compassion into mention. This is goodbye. Share with me.
That's interesting. We stick together, no matter what. We'll escape this fate. Choose our own. And of course, all of you were there for the rest of us. The truth comes out. You're all friends with the content. Not that you discovered mortality. A fascinating. Seems wrong
sure about the dying.
I think you and I are a total agreement there.
So we're done here. Whatever your story might be, the job is over.
You all did well. Feels good to be free. This is goodbye. Hey, thanks. You can stay happy. You can munch on them until your belly's completely stuffed.
You should really leave your feelings out.
Keeping their feelings at work as possible. Well, there's one more model too. No, go boy. Oh, yes.
So, since you're unable to do that, I take it you want to check it out.
It must be nice being someone a princess always gets protected. Took you long enough. Boss. All right, positions, everyone. But inside that box, an offering.
We appreciate you providing the info. Please check it out.
What? You're working with them? No. I don't have to tell you a damn thing. The first thing like it. Not
You would have ever thought you would end up collaborating with a puppet?
I'm not gonna let you capture us! Sister and I are going to the moon!
Don't be ridiculous. You can't go to the moon.
That's the whole reason we're getting here!
Alright. You would just die. There's no oxygen. Besides, what you think is the moon is nothing more than an illusion. It wasn't just Earth that saw the scars of war. The flames of battle burned like wildfire. And as a result, the moon was destroyed.
That's enough. Please.
With that, the cargo has been recovered. You attacked the Shinkansen and stole an offering to cargo from the vault on board. Your sentence is death.
Thanks for the cover.
Just find an escape route! It's okay. We'll find a way out!
Nice dodge there, swimmer. I was scared. There, swimmer.
It's okay. We'll find a way out!
Nice dodge there, swimmer. I was scared.
Get lost. You have no right to be killing.
He's the one who escaped.
There's more performance ahead in here.
You're so persistent.
Oh, man, give me a break. I just got my legs reattached.
This thing's pretty cool.
I held up my end of the bargain.
It's hard to believe a child was outside offering.
I believe you would suffer for me as well.
Executioners keep their word. So, as we discussed, we'll take you off the up and down list.
trying different tunnels.
Oh, I react to desperation. This is goodbye.
Although that right eye of yours tells a different story. You should thank the Akudama for hesitating instead of killing you when they had the chance. Which is very good.
You gotta remind you that executioners work as a pair. There are no exceptions. I'll say it again. I'm perfectly capable of my own. I'm not hurt. Anyway.
Stop acting like a child!
Your master made his choice. He's no longer just as a result. Don't blame me. But I will execute his
Stay there!
Stuff on the market. All your problems disappear. You're like a new man. I'm gonna this.
Doctors have to get their supply of drugs somewhere, don't they? Surprised you made it out of Expo Cup alive. And how about everything else? You're being content. I just warned you, didn't I? That's plenty. You're lying or dead.
Here! It's not this marker guaranteed. Probably the brother thing. Tracker on that charm of his was ready to back. He's gonna sell
The executioner company expert code. But they shouldn't have any facilities with that knowledge. Maybe it'll come in handy. Come play with me for a while. You thought you could escape me. Somebody grew up like you. Your hair, your clothes, your attitude. It's all the front you put on to make yourself seem important. You lied about that executioner too, didn't you? No. You're scared to kill someone. You chickened out. You cooperate with me. I'll make sure.
No.
We need to be conservative with our food. We can't stay here forever.
Really? That's who could have sworn I heard someone talk. Wait, what?
How?
You better watch what you say, Fish. You're an artist, understand? Killers. Nothing to write home about. Probably too old to still be a virgin. The hell's your problem? Huh? Wouldn't be so ugly if you had some longer hair. Try throwing it out. Let's try to sit back. I hate cleaning up.
How do you want to do? Join the kid? Well,
Make sure she's actually a girl before you box her up, all right? Customer was a bitch.
Let you off the hook.
Spare the child. Do whatever you want.
No, dear. The kid's way more valuable than you are, you dumbass.
I'm a virgin. I haven't done anything. I know that makes me worth something. Of course I do purpose. You can check for yourself.
Don't mind if I do. Take it off.
Where it goes left, move one and kneel down.
You can't just walk out of here after being such a pain in the ass.
You're all on a bullet!
Two men.
Deliver it to my...
just stand there. Let's get moving.
Buddy here. So sorry, TV Land. We noticed we didn't air last time. Those executioners had that up there in front of the TV. Don't trust everything.
Safety and the future of
Considering I'm big harvest, it's clear you're just guarding me because you've got nothing better to do. Good place. Actually, I do. It's not as great as it seems. Luckily, that's what I'm
What you got to comment on it?
I absolutely love it. On the right side, security still down.
Is Swindler really doing this? Damn, not sure, but I heard a group of them is heading to the station.
Guys, I just thought that cutthroat murdered a bunch of people south of here.
Man, what the hell? Hey, get lost! You're trespassing!
Not as though this problem is on the radar.
prisoners you got locked up. That came down minor. All the purpose of getting She made an absurd statement that she believes to dominate the war against contact. What's going on is free. Before it gets worse.
Station.
Waiting, but it's so quiet. Where is everyone?
Finally here. Look, I worked so hard to decorate this place just for you. I could just melt seeing it up close again. It's so beautiful and so dazzling. Can I kill you? Close again. So beautiful and so dazzling. Can I kill you? You're the one who came to me this time. So it's absolutely beautiful. You don't know leaving. You're ready to leave. Spoiling the good parts. You son of a bitch. So mean. You're so mean. My heart is pounding so fast. I've never seen a halo grow to such a massive size before. What the hell are you talking about? I can see it. A pretty red circle above your head. I see it marching real bad. Taking my feels so good. I saw lots of them before, but yours is magnificent. It started teensy tiny at first, but slowly got bigger and bigger. I've never seen one like it. Growing bigger and bigger until it was so huge. I could see you no matter where you are. Because you're incredibly special. You're my perfect angel. For the longest time, I've been itching to kill you. For someone as special as you, I've got to use my head. Is it hide and seek time? It's useless to try and run from me. Always. No matter where you go. No matter where you run to.
Kids. I've still got a job to do. So smart. Being selfish. The whole world wants to be killed. I realize now what I did was wrong. I'm sorry for everything. I want to kill. I want to be friends. I want you. I want you, Freddie, please.
Are you telling the truth?
Yeah, absolutely.
You promise you won't try to kill me anymore?
Yes, of course I do.
Step back and I'll let you.
Thanks for everything, Sailor. I'm really sorry. It was a lie.
Go figure.
You're so big. You gotta chop off all my limbs. You think you could order the pharmacy insured? It's bad. I want to thank you for making this so much fun for me.
It's all back. The real
Good job. Both the brother done that. Let's go. Now.
Right. Let's chase them.
Just don't bite your thumb.
Based on the recent speed of the traffic, whoever has the child, not the kid. As his namesake suggests, he must be delivering something to brother. Something important enough to be worth the risk of busting in there. His sister must be with him.
That's some sick deduction.
Well, then, of course, outside station. An absolutely perfect place to snatch my eyes.
Like candy from a baby. No, moose dog. We're up against the brass ring, Akudama. They're an enemy. It's okay. It's okay.
I promised, Master.
This is what all that training was for.
Why? Why'd she come back? I gave her the perfect chance to escape.
We've got some bad news. Check out the screen.
What's going on?
32 hours ago, Swindler's appearance at Dotonbori started a panic. Afterwards, she posted on a message board declaring war on Kansai. And she wasn't alone.
We believe Cutthroat went on a killing spree to show support. Because of this, citizens took their safety into their own hands and began to riot.
How could the cops let the civil unrest get this bad?
They're not the only ones responsible. We're at fault just as much as the police. We hijacked the airwaves intending to smoke out the Akudama, and it backfired.
Swindler must have planned that all along.
Attacking HQ was probably just for show, to rub defeat in our faces.
Yeah, that's right. They killed everyone there just to set an example. They're monsters. You're wrong. What's that mean?
Swindler wouldn't make her point by massacring people.
You don't know that. Akudama obviously don't have hearts, which is why it's better to just kill them. You agree with me, right, man?
From my perspective, you guys are pretty much done for yourself.
Why, you're wrong, little boy.
We take pride in crushing the heads of those filthy criminals. No matter what happens, I'll execute them one way or another. Well said, man.
Boss is at the police station planning how we'll respond. We can't afford to have another failure.
What the hell's even the point of the wanted signs if you can't catch the criminal on it? This is the Akudama!
You can't protect us.
Everyone at HQ was slaughtered?
What now? Should we return?
At this point, going back would be useless.
You don't think that Swindler and the other Akudama will keep their promise to me? The war was Kansai?
You idiot! Use your head. Citizens are fighting the war for them. It was a distraction, right? Those Akudama should have been killed before they stole the offering. Given how the situation has escalated, Kanto's certainly heard about it by now.
Kanto? Oh, God.
Why did every possible thing have to go wrong while I was the boss? We have to stamp out this problem immediately. If we can't, then we're as good as dead.
Faster! Before we lose them!
You know where you're going.
Why are we stopping?
No one's allowed past except citizens. You want through? You gotta prove you're really one of us by showing us your steel.
Who made us that rule?
We're clearing this city of Akudama. If the police and execution department can't do their job, we'll do it for them. What's wrong? You guys got something to hide?
Identify a secret entry from Akudama. Your name is Brindley. Hurry it! Hurry it!
Akudama! It's the end of the line!
Declare the insurgents Akudama.
If I do that, then innocent people will be...
Innocent people? Surely you agree only degenerate scum.
We must protect Kansai at all costs. But for that to happen, justice must prevail. And in order to have justice, mustn't evil be crushed?
We wish to protect Kansai.
Yes, and end this riot. The heads of many Akudama will roll, but that's a small price to pay for restoring peace. Unfortunately, executioners can't declare anyone Akudama. Only you can. Give the word, or the city will crumble under your watch, Chief.
Going on?
We're not the Akudama here! They are dogs!
Don't you think your idea's a bit off the wall, boss?
Our society is ailing, and an effective cure may be painful.
And what do we do about headquarters? I know it's too late, but we lost a lot of people.
We count ourselves lucky that our fighters were handling the uprising and weren't present. We can easily replace the office staff. I ask so much.
Says you. And I just got this uniform back from the cleaners, too.
Expense it. Stop this Akudama scum, and try not to disappoint me.
Yes!
Right away.
Not even a bus crash could stop him. Still don't know why he believed all my dumbass lies. 500 million years. I feel stupid just saying it. And again, he was a dork. That guy tried to solve everything with Earth. You're different. It's not me. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Why did all those security robots identify them as Akudama?
Beats me. It's not our problem anyway.
I guess you may be right. But they were just ordinary people protecting themselves. And now they're labeled criminals?
Yep, just like us. That's what we are. It's your story, too.
Wait, Courier, how long have you known this? And
A little while back when you asked me what I would do if I could even finish a job at the cost of my life. Oh, back out and fight another day?
Yeah, sure. Why bring it up now?
My answer? That I would finish the job, even if it cost me my life.
You know, Courier, you guys surprise me. After everything, you still remember my question?
I haven't come to mind, is all.
Sure, you can't fool me.
Shit.
What's happening?
When you're here to see snow this early in the year.
Let me guess. We're gonna need to push two buttons at the same time. Never mind. I'll get the VIP treatment.
What are you waiting for? Get inside.
Idiot. Calm down. All you've got to do is babysit the kid. You can leave his Akudama to me. Surprised executioners can be fanatics too. Your ride's waiting for you. Bring it back to where it all started. You know, it's been fun hanging with you guys. I even rode in a helicopter. I think that's enough of it. We came to take brother back. Scratch that. We are here to steal him. Swindler. Sorry, but that's not gonna happen. He's being shipped off to Kanto, and that's fine. Wait! Prepare for execution!
It's my job to take these two to brother, understand? Stay out of the way.
It must be my lucky day. You saved me a search warrant right into my hand. This is all I could have helped you too. Oh, great. What are you Trev, played by bike boy that kid said. Tell me that you're listening. That's how she did this. You're the best, Camille.
Get off.
It's a fucking cat, man. Look at me. Look at me. Hey, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. What are you doing? Hey, what are you slam.
Akudama on the sheet and said, "Hey, leprechaun." That's all I know.
I see. What about the uprising?
Check the Akudama list.
There's so many.
Yep, and all killed yesterday. The rioters were declared criminals and executed.
They what? You're kidding. They were just regular people. People we're supposed to have a sworn duty to protect.
Those regular people started an uprising. The fact is, their actions caused the city damage. As a result, they were declared Akudama.
What?
Peace returned to the city because the rioters were executed. Nothing had been done. Kansai would have collapsed. Lost in action.
But to kill them? Man. What makes one an Akudama?
Good job suppressing the uprising.
The praise is appreciated.
We expect this to be reported to Kanto, along with how well you handled it.
I'm honored.
Feels like forever since I got to lay in bed. Dude, could you leave me alone? Go spend some time with your wife and kids. From now on, I'm coming home on time and forgetting to go to work the second that I clock out. My life should be like this all of the time. Now then, let's start putting together some stuff. I must have mistaken my bag for theirs.
Checks out. He might be a kid. Like they say, the legendary courier always gets the job.
Then money should transfer.
Excellent work today. Very good. Buy yourself a candy or something.
And your battle shot?
Hey. Good, gentlemen. I'm just going to sleep, so have a good day. No, I'm just going to sleep all day. What time is it? Like 6? Fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. Well, I'm preparing with the walkers. I just said, fuck that. They're talking good. Yeah, so do you want to have a debit card? I guess. Okay, thank you. I'll probably want to get food on the way there. I'll head out at like 4:20.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll try to read some.
Just around that area is that like Carl's Jr. or whatever, right? So I might stop in there.
Oh yeah, there's lots of stuff. Like you just
Well, like that Carl's Jr. Remember when we stopped in there? All right. Bitch. No, I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. Yeah, I just want to tell her to fuck off. But why do I not even do in-person shit anymore? It's been years. I know I've only been on house arrest for 1 year and like 8 months or like 6 months, whatever it is, which is a decent amount of time on itself. But I was on bail for almost 2 years before that. And all of those had like in-person meetings too. So it's been like, I've literally gone to hundreds of in-person meetings. Like you gotta think, since 2020, how many have I gone to? I've gone to like at least like once a month. I've gone to one. Sometimes there's been 2 a month, but let's just say on average once a month. It's been like 5 years pretty much. So so that's like what, 12, 24, 36, 48, what, 60? So I've gone to like 60 meetings at least. Yeah. And that's not even including the 12 things they made me go to in Lethbridge. You know, the 12. Well, and actually more because that was just the group things. Remember, I had a few therapy sessions one-on-one for that. So I've literally gone to like 100 in-person things when you include all the therapy they made me go to and everything. 100. You know how much time that is? Because each of them, especially since I walk, each of them has taken at minimum 1 hour. So I've spent over 100 hours on this bullshit.
Frustrating. I wish they didn't have this today because it's a very difficult day for me and I don't want it to be off.
Well, honestly, it's not even the walking that I care about. It's literally going there and having a talk and being like, so how are things going? And like feeling pressure. So I like at least just like let me go in and see her at the front. Like don't even have to go back there. Just like check in at the front, window thing and be like, hey, this is Blaze checking in. Be like, all right, I'll write you down and then I can just go. Let's just make it that. No, exactly, and that's why every time I go in, I feel pressured to be like, oh yeah, the job search is going good. It's not like all these emails, and I'm not getting all these emails. And she's like, Presh asked me about a job, and she's like, so, what have you been up to? And it's like, job searching and video games. Oh, anything else? Are you sure you're not up to anything else? It's like, that's what I hate. I don't care about the. If I literally just have to walk there and be like, hey, Blaze, check it in. Like, go. Be like, all right, fine. But it's all that shit that I don't like. I'll tell her I had an interview on Monday, and I'll be like, it sounded good, but I didn't hear anything bad. Just ask me if I let my answer. It's not like I got the job. Even if I said I had an interview, or whatever, she can call them up and then be like, "Oh, I don't know what Blaze." It's like they can't approve it. job market's fucked right now anyways. Like, especially like for young Canadian citizens like myself, like young white Canadian citizens, it's absolutely fucked. Like the government is, those those temporary foreign worker jobs I sent you, like they're looking for 4,000 in Calgary or whatever, just alone. And the reason why they like hiring those people better is not just because a lot of these places now are owned by immigrants or like liberal supporters, because the liberals love the immigrants, but it's also because you're paying for this guy to only work for $10 an hour. Like, how can a young Canadian even compete with that? Yeah, that's next year, right? But still, like, a year goes by fast. I was looking back at fucking video, like, fucking. One year goes by incredibly fast. So, that's 1 year away. Like, we do kind of have to worry about it. 1 year goes by really fast. Like, Tiana's wedding feels like it was like 6 months ago. It was almost 2 years ago.
It actually is. I mean, we take it one day at a time. That's all we do.
Yeah, well, especially since the government doesn't even know yet. They haven't even released anything, and I don't even think they have a plan themselves for how it's going to fucking work.
Yeah, they don't. Did you tell them when that opportunity hub already, or have you reported that?
Oh, no. No, I'll tell her that too, yeah.
Yeah, tell them you went there for an interview, and they're supposed to call you.
Yeah, I'll tell her I got an interview at Pop Live. It was only like 2 minutes, so just asked a few questions, but they haven't called me back. It was on Monday. Yeah. Well, I bet another one needs to put it off for just nothing but. Yeah. It's just crazy too how fucking the world is. Like, you gotta think that week I was in jail, when I got out and after we got to McDonald's, you gotta think that week I was in jail, if Janine also did her job, instead of giving me on bail, she would have just like, had to go to court. She was a really good lawyer while I was in jail there. And if it would have went to court, and she could have just been like arguing with the Crown, give him 1 year of house arrest and 2 years of probation with all these conditions, and then I'd be like off it like right now. I'd be getting off it right now because I did like 1 year, 8 months on bail. And now it's been like 1 year, 6 months on house arrest, so I would like be getting off it. I don't know. I should be getting off. But you gotta think if it's just I know you said a year goes by fast, but 3 years, that goes by kind of fast. But not really. That's 3 fucking years. By the time I'm getting off house arrest, Trump will be getting out of office. Yeah. But even then that shit is still bullshit because it's really dumb. And how do you get the house arrest for this fucking long after all that time on bail? So when does that thing start? Like in January or whatever? Like when I. Yeah. Okay. But you see, even though it's annoying, it is like harassment that they do to me. It's not costing the government money. So like if they're gonna keep me operational, because the biggest thing I want is to be able to fucking get my justice against Caleb, and I can't do that while I got these conditions on me. I'm just gonna cost the fucking government a bunch of money. Like this shit costs them money, right, Rasheed? Because this fucking annoys me too, where they have at like 6 p.m. So I feel like I'm not costing their money because I'm like doing it in the off.
Maybe people work late. They get probably like shift differential for working late.
You think so?
Yeah.
So I am costing them money by even having these meetings, eh?
Yeah, by these 6 p.m. meetings.
Well, that's good.
These ones too.
Well, that's good, because I do really like costing them money. I fucking hate this government.
Well, that is one thing you're definitely doing. I can assure you.
Yeah. Not enough, though, because they're still functioning.
Well, I mean, one person can't destroy that, but think how many people they do it to. A lot.
Yeah. But I mean, one person can do a lot of damage, and I'm doing the most damage I can as an individual, eh? Considering I'm on AISH and I've cost the criminal justice system all this money.
Yeah, I know. You're taking your fair share for sure.
That's why they usually cut criminals off AISH, hey? Like if they've been in jail for a little while, it's because obviously they don't want to be paying their apartment and they're paying for their jail cell. That's what I mean. I'm doing, like, I've done the most I can at first. Like, it doesn't cost the government money. Well, I guess it could cost them more if somehow you get refugee status, then I could cost them more, okay? Alright, so I'm kind of at 420. Hopefully in like 2 months we'll be doing that thing where we get my rent back for like 800, 900 maybe a month. That'll cost the government more money too. Sure, I don't really remember how much the college junior was. That's what I want to know. Okay, thank you. Oh man, and those fucking coins we got, I love them so much. I really wish we could get more special coins, but that was like, we just got really lucky that day, eh?
Yeah, well, and you never know. They're still coming. I have to make it.
Oh, I thought you would have already done that. Oh, you did stop in there alone? Well, it sucks because silver is at like $54, so it's a premium. But, I mean, you did pay $59 just for that sterling, so I guess you already know these prices. where I'll be in another 25 years, but I'm turning nearly 50. Yeah. Well, it's funny though because back when I was younger, although you don't catch up to someone at age, you're always the same like years apart. You do catch up to people in percentage-wise because you got to think back when I was like 13, 14, you would have been 31 or 32, right?
Yeah.
So back then, I only lived one third of your life, but now I've lived over 2/3 of your life because 24 double that is 48. So I've lived over half your life now. But back then, I only lived 1/3 of your life. So by the time I'm your age, our age gap will seem even smaller. Yeah. Yeah, well, I woke up early 1 a.m. last night. I'm tired. I'll be tired by 6, but I'll be able to get there. Yeah, I'll be fine. Okay, and I got a shit ton of recycling here I gotta give you again.
Yeah, let's keep that in. I'll come and see you probably Sunday or Monday this weekend. Like in the next couple of days. Maybe we can do that then.
Alright, sounds good.
Okay. Alright, well, I'll talk to you soon then.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Question for you, Sharky. Do you know about the butter? I dream?
You better believe it. Are you dreaming you're a butterfly, or are you a butterfly dreaming you're curious?
Wow, look at you, smarty pants.
Everyone knows that. So, do you know what you do?
You see, you're on the floor. You're inside of a dream.
Really? What? Confusing. But for now, everything is real.
You're in the nowhere place. Notice now. This is where you truly belong.
Bad things happen to you. Good things happen to you.
But in this place, nothing is true. The only thing that is happiness.
Carney is a deeply evil man who knows exactly what he's doing as he tears Canada down, destroys this once great country. It is unrecognizable from what it was even a decade ago. And he's doing it intentionally, knowingly, absolutely wiping out the middle and lower class. If you're interested in joining me fighting back against Carney and these global elite scumbags, grab a membership, join. You'll get early access to videos, chats, help support the movement. Carney has spent his entire career in service of the WF, Davos, and Brookfield. He is now continuing Justin Trudeau's insane immigration policies, allowing millions of invaders to pour into this country at unprecedented rates. Numbers just came out this morning. Expected housing completions in the year 2025, 227,000. That's it. 227,000 housing finishes. Well, we continue to allow millions of people into this country here. There's already a massive housing shortage in Canada. If you look at a chart of housing prices since 2015, housing and rental prices, it has been an absolute explosion upwards since Justin Trudeau was elected in 2015. It's undeniable. Carney claims himself to be some sort of a genius economist. It's undeniable in Canada. Simple math. We do not have enough houses for the population that we already have here without allowing more people into the country. If Carney continues to swing open the doors and let the floodgates in, we're allowing over 1,500 immigrants into the country a day when we simply do not have the housing, do not have the medical care system, do not have the social services. We are not, to speak nothing of the cultural impact that this is having in Canada, we are not set up to accept this many people in it. Sure, if you're a top 0.01%er like Mark Carney, if you own Brookfield Asset Management shares, of which Carney allegedly made a $6.8 million profit in 2024, Brookfield Asset Management owns $37 billion with a B dollars worth of real estate in Canada, which has more than doubled since 2015. Basic supply and rent continue to let people pour in. Prices will continue to go up. But what about the goddamn citizens who live here, who you're elected to represent and govern? Since 2015, when Justin Trudeau was elected, and there's been pure continuation since Mark Carney got into office, the Canadian government has claimed to be this empathetic woke group that just wants to look out for the downtrodden. Well, what about some fucking empathy for the Canadian people? Are you kidding me? It seems as though we have a government that's empathetic towards absolutely everybody except the actual people who elected them into power. Since 2015, we've allowed nearly 7 million immigrants into the country. Absolutely unprecedented growth rates. When you look historically at comparable situations to what's going on in Canada right now, with the immigration rates, there are 3 countries that come to mind most quickly. Rome from 3 AD to 5 AD, Argentina in the 1950s, and Lebanon from the 1940s to the 1970s. All 3 ended in absolute catastrophe, and it's undeniable. That's exactly what's happening in Canada right now. Life continues to get more and more unaffordable for your everyday Canadian. The demographics, the culture of Canada has shifted like you absolutely would not believe. It's not an exaggeration to say the Canadian people are being replaced. And they'll yell at you, they'll shout, oh, that's racist, that's xenophobic. You just see that. Bullshit. It's just a fact. It's just a fact on the ground. For those of us who have lived here for the entirety of our lives, it's so clear when you walk around. This country has transformed in such an extreme measure. Now, I know Mark Carney, the globalist traitor, would never notice that because he gets his massive motorcade into office every day. He never walks the streets. I live a couple blocks away from Parliament. Walking into work every day, the amount of open crack smoking that you see due to safe supply laws, it's undeniable the downward trajectory that this country is on. And it's strictly due to liberal policies, liberal insanity. 75% say we cannot afford, we cannot withstand more immigration in this country. Yeah, what do they do? Look at a chart. I'm not making these numbers up. Since 2020, since the COVID pandemic, the immigration numbers have absolutely exploded. 1.2 million a year, 1.3 million a year.
At the same time, housing prices continue to explode. Wait times at hospitals continue to explode. It's harder than ever to get a family doctor in this country. Social services, by every objective measure, have gotten worse. Violence against women is up 60%. Violent crimes up 80%. Data point after data point after data point say we as a society cannot withstand this. The three civilizations that I mentioned before, Argentina, Rome, and Lebanon, it turned into civil war, absolute disaster. You can't just throw away your sovereignty. And that is exactly what this government does. They act as though sovereignty is not a pillar of Western civilization. If you don't have a border, you don't have a goddamn country, let alone letting millions of people flow in when you do not have the infrastructure to withstand it. We're only building how can you justify only 227,000 home builds a year, yet allowing in 1.2 million a year, when there's already a housing crisis? That is nothing other than traitorous. There's no other way to define what's going on in Canada right now. They say, oh, it's a democracy, the Liberals were elected. Who's in a fucking poll? 3 in 4 Canadians, over 75% in some polls, say we cannot withstand more immigration. And this is traditionally one of the most pro-immigration countries in the world. And still in Canada, people have eyes. People see what's going on around them. But we elected a man who represents the WF, Davos, Brooklyn. Do you think these are people that give a shit about what the average Canadian citizen thinks? I think not. They're tied to the Century Initiative, which states that we need a population of 100 million people in Canada by 2100. But I'm telling you right now, you're not going to get anywhere close to that, because if the immigration rates continue at the rate they are right now, I shudder to think what this country is going to look like in 2 or 3 years, let alone 20 years into the future. We cannot withstand it. Like I said, the elites at WFW, all they care is that their assets and Brookfield's assets are going to double. All they care about is they look at us as a landmass. We're actually the second largest landmass of any country in which to make money. But they're the
President Zelensky of Ukraine is now unleashed at Donald Trump in a powerful video that Zelensky made and posted after one of Russia's most deadly strikes yet, killing about 20 Ukrainians. 4 or 5 children were killed. The European Union building was attacked. The United Kingdom building was attacked. You have Zelensky saying, what the hell is going on, basically, in the United States of America? He doesn't use those exact words, but he goes, you said in the United States last week or a week and a half ago that Putin was going to be on his best behavior. You said that Putin was wanting to make a deal with you. Doesn't look like it, Donald. Doesn't look like what's happening. Let me show you this video that Zelensky made. I think it's one of his strongest videos yet, directed at Donald Trump and his entire despicable regime. And Zelensky does not hold back here at all. Let's play this clip. We made the clip. Is an AI translation in English, just so our English-speaking audience can understand. Here, play this clip.
Dear Ukrainians, both men and women, all day today, rescue operations have been ongoing at several locations in Kyiv, clearing the rubble after the Russian strike. This was one of the largest attacks. There were nearly 600 drones, 31 missiles, including ballistic ones. As of now, it is known that 19 people have died in Kyiv, including 4 children. My condolences to all the families and loved ones. This strike clearly demonstrates that Russian objectives truly have not changed. They want to wage war, striking not only at our people, not only at our cities and communities. Russia is now attacking everyone in the world who seeks peace. This is a strike against Ukraine. This is a strike against Europe. It is also a strike by Russia against President Trump and other global actors. In Washington, we heard that Putin is supposedly ready to end the war, to meet at the leaders' level and resolve key issues. But he chooses ballistic missiles over any real steps toward peace. He kills children in order to avoid talking about when and how peace will come. The problem is that he is not afraid to strike at those very leaders to whom he makes promises. And it's not just the President of America. This also applies to countries that still trade with Putin, such as China or India and other countries in Asia and Latin America. Russia is simply drawing them into being its accomplices with such strikes, with such killing of people. Today, there were many principled reactions to this Russian evil. Condolences to our people, to our country. European leaders are principled in this regard. Public leaders, politicians in many countries. I am grateful to everyone in America who now feels how inhuman this strike is, what a desire for war stands behind it. Now, when everyone is trying so hard to end the war, Russia is striking ordinary homes, an ordinary city, deliberately with groups of drones, and thoughtfully adds missiles, so that there would be more casualties. Kharkiv is going through this, as are Sumy, Kherson, Zaporizhia, our cities, our communities. The world needs to give a clear response to this evil. There are no deadlines that Putin hasn't broken. There are no diplomatic opportunities that haven't been ruined because of Russia. Strong actions are needed. I thank everyone who understands this. Sanctions are needed, tariffs are needed on those who sponsor this war in one way or another.
And here's what Zelensky said in the Post with that video. In Washington, we heard that Putin is supposedly ready to end the war, to meet at the leaders' level and resolve key issues. But instead, he chooses ballistics over any real steps towards peace. He kills children in order not to talk about when and how peace will come. In other words, Donald, you're getting played before the world, and it is incredibly embarrassing at this point. What the hell are you doing? Well, Donald Trump's chief propagandist, Caroline Leavitt, was asked pretty much that question during the press conference yesterday. So, seems, Caroline, that Putin doesn't want peace. He's not agreeing to a ceasefire. He's not agreeing to security guarantees. He's not agreeing to a bilateral or trilateral meeting. And he's escalating the ballistic missile strikes and the Shahid drone attacks, where he gets those drones from Iran against Ukraine. So what say you, Caroline? To which she responds, both sides have their issues. It's not like Ukraine's just innocent in this thing. They were invaded, Caroline. What are you talking about? They were invaded. They're defending themselves, whereas Russia is targeting innocent Ukrainians and taking them out in a mass genocide with drones. What the hell is this right here? This is so freaking disgusting that this is being said in the White House in the name of the U.S. Here, play this clip.
The drone and missile strikes that took place overnight in Ukraine. General Keith Kellogg, the president's special envoy, has described these attacks as egregious. Do you agree with that description, and do you view President Putin as an impediment to getting peace between these two countries?
Well, it's not about if I agree, it's about what the president thinks, and I know what the president thinks because I talked to him about this. He was not happy about this news, but he was also not surprised. These are two countries that have been at war for a very long time. Russia launched this attack on Kyiv, and likewise, Ukraine recently dealt a blow to Russia's oil refineries. They have taken out, as a matter of fact, 20% of Russia's oil refinery capacity over the course of their attacks throughout the month of August. The president is continuing to watch this intently, and this killing, unfortunately, will continue as long as the war continues, which is why the president wants it to end. And that's why he's worked harder than anyone to end this war, which would have never started if he were president. But perhaps both sides of this war are not ready to end it themselves. The president wants it to end, but the leaders of these two countries need it to end, want it to end, must want it to end as well. And I think the president will make some additional statements on this later.
Let's take a look at what Zelensky's posted in response. Sanctions are needed, Caroline. Tariffs are needed against those who sponsor this war in one way or another. The end of the war is possible thanks to strength, not words, thanks to strength of pressure on the only one who continues to strike and drags out any settlement. Russia kills every day, Caroline. Therefore, every day they must feel pain for what they are doing, and this is possible. The world sanctions, tariffs, support for Ukraine, our strong army, our ability to defend lives and respond powerfully to the Russian war machine. Eternal memory to all who the Russian state has killed. And he speaks to the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and says, I spoke with the United Nations Secretary General. I'm grateful for his important words of condolences and solidarity with Ukrainian families who lost their loved ones as a result of Russia's overnight strike on Ukraine. It was one of Russia's largest attacks. All necessary services are still working on the ground, eliminating the consequences of the strike. We discussed the steps that must be taken to stop the killing of people. Ukraine is ready for the meeting at the level of leaders. Only in this format can all the most important issues be addressed. Yet Russia, in response, only puts forward new conditions and continues its aggression. We support the Secretary General's position that a ceasefire should be the first step towards peace. I thank Secretary General for his clear support of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. The world must restore the power of international law and respect for the principles of the UN Charter. That's a direct message to Donald Trump. Needs to restore the power of international law. And Europe, coalition of the world, Canada, Australia, because the U.S. is not a reliable ally anymore at all. You have the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte sending his condolences to Zelensky. Thank you for your support, Zelensky responds. You have the President of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, saying condolences as well. Thank you for your support, says Zelensky. The President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, she sends her condolences, and Zelensky explains, I'm grateful for the condolences and solidarity with our people following such a cynical and brutal Russian strike. Last night was one of the largest attacks on Ukraine. The Russians chose Kyiv as their main target. The search and rescue operations is still ongoing. We're grateful to everyone who stands with Ukraine now and does not remain silent. Hint, hint, that message is directed at Trump. We discussed our diplomatic efforts to stop the killings, to end this unprovoked Russian aggression, and to guarantee real security for our people. There is much work being done at the various levels precisely for this purpose. But until Russia takes real steps toward peace, the pressure on it must be intensified. Ursula von der Leyen shared the updates on the preparation of the 19th EU sanctions package and coordination with our other partners. We also talked about our European integration path and a simultaneous opening of the negotiating cluster for Ukraine and Moldova. We expect a position and decision in the near future. And just take a look at the site where over 20 Ukrainians died, 4 children are dead. In Kyiv, people are bringing flowers to a makeshift memorial in memory of the children whose lives were taken by the genocidal maniac Vladimir Putin. Horrific, horrific stuff. Ilya Pomerenko, who writes for the Kyiv Independent in response to what the United States has been saying recently, says, or Trump's been saying, you would have to be either staggeringly incompetent or monstrously shameless to stand before the press without blinking and draw a moral equivalence between Ukrainian strikes on Russian oil depots, Ukrainian strategic bombers, ammunition depots, and military factories, which, by the way, rarely even result in casualties, and Russia's missile attacks on Ukrainian residential buildings that repeatedly bury entire families under rubble in the dead of night. We are living in an era of phenomenal shamelessness in official rhetoric, but future generations will look back on this time with deep shame. And I also think about the atrocities being committed in Gaza right now, as Israel has launched a full-fledged invasion there of Gaza. Although Donald Trump had previously said that he would make that issue, well, that he would bring peace to Gaza in 24 hours. Clearly not the case at all. President Zelensky posing for photographs with the chief of the UK defense staff. You see them right.
Welcome your seatbelts, Canada. You're about to get bumpy. This is Mark Party's face. There is Bill. The world is straight up retreating Canada under the leadership of the Liberal Party and Mark Party. Canada has received the largest divestment of funds in Canadian history. That is catastrophic. The world is budget and money is pouring out of this country faster than the global boiling chart. are panic buttons. It's time to sound the alarms, everybody. Canada has reached crisis level. Wow, shipping crisis. The country has officially entered a massive recession. Nothing like we've seen before, and the recession we've been in for the last 20 years is going to look like that. So what now? Mark Carney, our best news will get this blinding report. His very first announcement after all of this explosive new data gets brought on Canadian citizens. You are not going to believe what he's done. We're going to get this report. Go. Very bad, but I was not expecting Niagara Falls, all of the flow of water, all of the money that is flowing out of Canada. Just wait till we take a look at the data. Before we go over the data set, let's look at some preamble here. Table Salt on X post. This is what my DMs are like. I'm seeing it too. Something is happening. Here's the post. There's a catastrophe in the horizon. I spent my last 20 years in bank risk, so I know there's a catastrophic storm brewing that makes 2009 look like a dress rehearsal. After talking to business owners every single day, I can tell you, I am terrified. Absolutely terrified. We're going to start off with a BNN Bloomberg report. Canada's good trade deficit grows to its once terrible strong state. Canada's trade deficit has increased $19.5 billion in goods and services, up from $800 million in the first quarter. Statistics Canada has released today. Here's a chart that shows what it looks like in the past. And our new report, this shows how catastrophic the decline is. Canada is an export-based economy. Canada's businesses are exporting less. That means we're having job losses and unemployment rates obviously going up. And our deficit with trade is not just in the U.S. that's down, it's also down around the world with $31.8 billion in the first quarter and $29.6 billion in the second quarter. That means not only in the U.S., we're losing around the world. And Mark Carney's cornerstone is all about trading with the rest of the world. We're trading even less with the rest of the world. $31.8 billion in the first quarter and $30 billion in the second quarter, compared to $20 billion reduction in the U.S. this quarter. Yeah, it's declining everywhere for Canada. Our exports are going down. We're going to take a look at this better selling report. Normally I don't take a look at these guys, but they actually put this thing together pretty good. Canada's actual flight prices. Record exit by 40 domestic investors. Here we go. Canada is leading the fastest pace of great financial crisis. Take that water. Where's the water? Statistics Canada downloads the latest data shows foreign investors hold billions of investments into the domestic investors going to exit. So it's not just the world that's pulling out of Canada, it's also Canadians are pulling out of Canada. This goes beyond tariffs. This scale and pace of outflows points to a deeper structural problem and a fading confidence in the country's future. Am I surprised? Not at all. Warren, local gun voters said it's so the Liberals did again after a decade of charge and the worst financial decline ever. What do you expect? Yeah, the world is basically saying Canada, led by Mark Carney, is a fail. We are out. How big is this hole? It is absolutely massive. Foreign investors sold off $16.8 billion in Canadian securities in just Q2, the largest divestment since Q2 of 2007. The pullback is primarily in bonds. This is doubling if you have a mortgage and they're selling off the bonds. That means the bond yields are going to be going up. So when you renew your mortgage, you're going to have to pay a lot more money for that mortgage. They're also selling money market instruments and as well as equities and fund shares. In total, it's $22.65 billion withdrawn to date. The days of Canada being viewed as a safe haven during volatile times may be coming to an end. No, it's not maybe coming to an end. It is coming to an end. And this can have a big impact on households. Oh yeah, we're about to feel it harder than we've ever felt before. Less foreign capital means weaker loonie, eroding confidence, and pushing borrowing costs up. Like I said, it's when investors dump bonds, prices fall, and yields go up, driving fixed mortgage rates, and especially if Ottawa floods the market with debt into weak demand. Because they're going to have to raise all this money because we have debt that's maturing, Canada, from the pandemic, and now we're all the way to 2025. That was 5 years ago. All of this debt is maturing into a higher interest rate environment. They have to raise money for the world, and the world is rejecting Canada. That's going to push the bond yield way up to attract people to invest in Canada. We are in big trouble in this country. People are sleeping at the wheel here. Let's take a look at the top here. Canadian capital flow triples with domestic firms. Yeah, these are Canadians saying, I need to get my money out of this country, and I need to get it out now. Canadian firms sent $26.8 billion abroad in Q2, up from $7.4 in Q1, with roughly half going into the United States. They're looking at going, if Mark Carney has 91% of his assets in the United States, I should probably do the same. Foreign investment made into Canadian businesses is plunging. Are you surprised? FDI into Canada fell 39% from $30.2 billion down to all the way $18.5 billion in Q2, with more than half coming from the United States. The decline can mean lower job growth, less business expansion, and weaker economic momentum. It's a clear vote of non-confidence in Canadian business climate. This is very scary stuff, Canada. The money that's being invested in Canada is leaving. Straight up. We are also in an affordability crisis. And we have a government that is more focused on fighting in Ukraine than they are fighting for our paychecks here in Canada. Let's take a look at the chart to see what it looks like. Canadian capital flight crisis records the biggest exit. We already looked at it, but take a look at the far right. The two, if we add the two, let's take a look. The first quarter, capital flight flooding out of Canada was $42.3 billion. And Q2, $43.7 billion. If you add those two together, it's close to $90 billion gone. And I think these last two paragraphs are very important, so let's read them. The capital flight contributed to a mind-boggling $43.7 billion net portfolio outflow in the Q2 alone. Imagine an amount equivalent to the federal government's entire 2024 infrastructure budget, leaving the country in just one quarter. This is not a blip, it's a warning. And ignoring it will only deepen the consequences. Do you really think the Liberals are paying attention to these statistics? I think not. And just for fun, let's read the last paragraph. The scale of capital flight implies that there's a structural issue, not just one driven by the United States tariffs. The capital exits aren't just passive, but active redeployment abroad. Weak domestic investment and a shift in perceived global attractiveness signals investors and firms to see better returns and lower risk outside of Canada. It's not a capital flight, but a flight of confidence. Confidence built over decades can take generations to rebuild if the damage isn't addressed. Let's see what Mark Carney's doing today after this massive announcement about our crumbling Canadian economy. Oh, and by the way, the reason that this is all happening is because we have an Ottawa problem. It's called a Liberal government problem. They are responsible for all of
this. It's called consumer confidence. It's called world confidence. The world is straight up rejecting Canada. And it's because, if you look, I'm going to show you so much stuff today. It's going to be mind-boggling. Given all the data that I just went over with you, this is Mark Carney's post today, and I'm not joking you. Go back and see that Mark Carney, this is his post today. Russia launched another brutal attack in Kiev for targeted civilians. More people, including children, violent under his tyranny continues. My prayers are with the people, and we go all the way down as Canadians are working with allies to stop the impending and to secure a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, fortified by robust and credible security guarantees. Last night's attack will harden our resolve. Oh Lord, it's only going to harden our resolve. What about what's happening during Canada? Radio. Silence. He post one more time today. Here. This is what else he posted 6 hours ago. For over a decade, members of Canadian Armed Forces have trained in Ukraine soldiers as part of Operation Unifier. Today, that mission is more important than ever. Ukraine's fight is our fight. Very concerned, Canada. We're more focused on what's happening in Ukraine than what's happening here in Canada. We just got the most devastating report showing that money is exiting, panicking, and smashing the exit button with the leadership of Mark Carney. And this is what he writes. We should all be concerned. Market Mania on it says the biggest inflow in history. He's provided a chart that goes back to year 2000. What's different this time is we have broken all records to the downside. I guess elbows up is a record capital in Canada. This is really not good, guys, because this means that the Bank of Canada is most likely not going to cut interest rates. It's catastrophic. How many people out there have to renew your mortgage in the next 6 months? This is called the Carney effect. I think I'm going to be sick to my stomach. We're not seeing media come out. This is the Golden Mail. Canada must be ready to get their elbows up. Post-Trump era. I think not only our mainstream media, we need to dismantle all of it. Brian Garrett did a great job absolutely embarrassing. The media liberals have moved on into a realm of insanity. It's that we demanded yesterday. Let's get most of this. Wow, Ryan did a good job. Going back all the way to April 3rd, August 22nd, August 26th, July 6th. We've got them all. Articles. Let's read a couple. Canadians can put their elbows down and keep their heads high. My Tesla is not a political statement, but I can put my elbows up quicker on anyway. Put their elbows up in the face of the Who have Broken City residents put their elbows up in Canadian a big trade war? But this one is one that stands out the most to me. More Americans are traveling to Canada. We put our elbows down and roll into Russia. Let's actually take a look at that statement. August 23rd. You guys know me, I'm a Canada guy. I'm always at Statistics Canada, and I just do it on this post because I did an analysis on the report. Canada's due 5.8 million passengers in July domestic, 7.3% year-over-year increase. International outside the U.S. up 10% year-over-year, and U.S. traffic is Let's look at this instead. I wanted to show you guys this one. It's the number of passengers through the eight largest airports in Canada from 2020 to 2025. By the way, the we're about the same as last. It's important to look at all the differences. The number of through passengers at eight largest airports in Canada by sector. The dark blue is the domestic. Year over year, it's about the same. International is the one that's this year. Cross-border is down for 1 year. But if you look at 2023 and you look at 2022, I mean, 2022 was historic year, but that was also very similar to 2019. This is the last air travel chart, the year-over-year percentage of monthly screened passengers. But let's specifically look at trans-border, that's between Canada and the U.S. Since the beginning of the year, travel between Canada and the U.S. by air is down. It's down like close to 8% for July. However, this is not just Canada not going down to the U.S. It's actually also the U.S. is not coming to Canada. Overall, it's down 7.8%. Here we have Doug Ford explaining that Mark Carney is no Justin Trudeau. He is the biggest A-legger around.
There's no Justin Trudeau. He's a business mind. He's run massive multi-billion-dollar businesses, and he's bringing a business approach to the federal government that hasn't had that approach in the last 10 years. He wants to get things going. He comes from Alberta. He believes in prosperity, opportunity. So I have all the confidence that he's going to listen to the premiers and straighten out the federal government once and for all.
Straighten out the federal government once and for all. Complete and utter chaos and collapse. We're seeing all our money flood out of the country. What is Doug Ford talking about? Doug Ford is the absolute worst. Who remembers that he did a snap election 4 months ago so that he could align himself with Mark Carney and the Liberals? It is so disgusting what he did. He's the worst. Well, I got a clip for you here, and I have to warn you. It's painful to watch.
What's the plan to ban on American booze?
I apologize, ban on
American booze.
Oh, it's still going to be banned until they cut the tariffs, or we make a deal with them. It's not coming on our show. So,
just to clarify.
Or they get rid of the tariffs. And they'll get things back to zero. They don't.
You know what the thing is about this whole thing? It's that booze from the U.S. are combined with U.S. Doug Ford is the one that's breaking the deal. It's not going to ruin our relationship with the U.S. Making sure that U.S. citizens don't want to come to Canada for vacation. It's only attracting tourism. This guy needs to shut this down. Go to the poll to see what Canadians thought about Doug Ford from the LCBO. Right now, 4%. It's finished. 22%. And this is amongst liberal voters. So if he gets the year, he wrote
Every single decision that Prime Minister Carney has made since the campaign has been completely the opposite.
We've got a grim outlook for Canada. Welcome back to Loose News. Today we're going to be taking a look at parliamentary budget numbers showing that the public service is absolutely ballooning out of control. Despite cutting 10,000 jobs, the numbers are still going up. On top of that, we have more companies leaving Canada, more crime, corruption, and chaos. Let's jump into this. Starting this one off, we got this from the Globe and Mail. Canada must be ready to get its elbows up to stand a chance in the post-Trump era. But what is this nonsense that the Globe and Mail is running?
as Frank Erickson points out, the media trying to prepare us for elbows up again. Getting tired of this. Yeah, everyone's getting tired of this. Got this one here. It says Quebec plans to table bill banning prayer in public. I'm a big fan of this. Let's do this across the country. No more public prayer. Go to your mosque, go to your church, go to wherever, not the streets. As long as they enforce it on Muslims, yeah, it has to apply for everyone. Moving ahead, Mark Carney posted this on his X account. For over a decade, members of the Canadian Armed Forces have trained Ukrainian soldiers. Today, that mission is more important than ever. Ukraine's fight is our fight. No, it's not. Their fight is not our fight. If it's our fight, Mark Carney should be sent to the front lines and really put his money where his mouth is. It is when you're trying to start WW3, no kidding. It seems like Mark Carney wants to keep the Ukrainian laundry machines running versus actually getting this conflict solved. The part of Ukraine's fight is Canada's fight. Let's just flip the tables here. Say Canada was involved in a conflict with another country. Say America started attacking us or Russia started attacking us. Would Ukraine come to save Canada? Would Ukraine send her billions of dollars? Would they send troops? That's the question. I think we all know the answer is no. No, they wouldn't. Moving ahead, we've got this one too. Home sell for nearly 600k losses in Toronto. Just huge losses from these houses. So first one here, Brampton house recently sold for $555,000 less than what they paid for it. And another one in Mississauga, $700,000 less than what they paid for it. I guess that's what you get when you're buying a cottage for $1.9 million. Moving ahead, Kirk, with this one, Canada current account trade deficit, goods and services. Quarter 1, 2025, 0.8 billion. Quarter 2, 2025, 19.5 billion. You can see the drop off here. It's absolutely astronomical. Not good numbers for a nation with abundance of commodities and known to be an exporting economy. Yeah, extremely alarming data. This guy pointing out here, hey Kirk, it's widened from 19.5 to 21.2 billion. That is interesting. It's perpetually getting worse. Maybe it's time to change the strategy, or it's all according to plan. You see this one here, net outflow of cash leaving Canada. As Marketmedia says here, capital's leaving Canada faster than ever. It's like it got a hard elbow to the head. I mean, look at this. It's just like out of nowhere, kaboom, money is leaving Canada. Our country is so uninvestable that companies are leaving in droves, and we're seeing that here today with Crown Royal now leaving Canada. They'll be laying off 200 people. It seems that elbows up didn't pay off in the end. Maybe negotiating good faith would. But this one, union vows to fight devastating closure of plant that bottles Crown Royal. Good thing we have an economist as a PM, right? Yeah, Mr. Banker, Mr. Goldman Sachs. Mark Carney driving businesses to America where he's 91% invested. Looks like everything is going to plan. Mark Carney's plan to make himself rich. Moving ahead, we've got CBC has just revealed that they have hired at least 20 foreign workers in their Ontario offices for a variety of roles, including tech, marketing, and broadcasting positions. Traders. The CBC are a bunch of traders. When there's a job crisis, they hire people from outside the country, and they use taxpayer money to do it. This is disgusting. CBC should be shut down. They are fat with government money. They're so biased. They only represent 40% or less of the populace. Less than 40%. Moving ahead, we've got this one, breaking Canada's labour market. Payroll employment decreased by 32,900 jobs in June. On the year-over-year basis, Canada's payroll employment is only up 41,000 jobs. We issue more work visas to foreigners every month than that. Private sector is collapsing and the public sector bloat continues. So that's what we see with this chart here. Private sector collapsing on all fronts, and the only thing that's up, arts, entertainment, and recreation, and the public administration here. The public sector is bloated, and that's what we're getting here with this bombshell report here. Coming from Yves Giroux, Parliamentary Budget Officer, federal government is set to spend an estimated $71.1 billion on salaries, bonuses, and personnel costs in 2024, despite having shaved off 10,000 workers from the public service last year, according to Canada's Parliamentary Budget Officer. So if the costs have increased, but we reduced 10,000 workers, how is this possible? So we're going to look at the data here. This report here from the PBO is back from a couple years ago, and you can see it's back in 2021-2022. It says the estimated increase is 32.5%. So this increase has just been happening rapidly since we're halfway through judging Trudeau's term, and it's just continued under Mark Carney. It's still getting worse. So this chart here is basically a projection and an estimate. We look at the top here. This is from April 4th, 2023, from 2 years ago. So this dark line here is an illustrative scenario, and then this blue line is their estimate total personnel, and they have it projecting out to 2027. So we look at these numbers and then we'll look to today and see where this falls in. You're going to see here on the side it's at 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. That's in millions. increase, which is basically $30 billion, $40 billion, $50 billion. See, when Stephen Harper was in power, it was right down here, around $38 billion. Trudeau gets into power, boom, it's instantly up over 40, 42, something like that, goes up to about 45, jumps up to 60, and that's where this report kind of ends. Then they had their estimates here where they thought they would go, the estimates running up to 2027. They thought maybe just under $60 billion, and as you just heard, well, what's the reality? It's $71 billion. That's where we're at right here. And the projected increase is going up over $76 billion by 2030. That's all right here. You can see it right here. Stephen Harper, one power right here. Once again, $38 billion, and here they all added up. This one goes to 2023 to 2024. This doesn't have the final year on it, but you can see the increase here from when Justin Trudeau takes over $38 billion up until here, $60 billion, 23-24, added $71 billion, which we just saw on this article here, $71 billion on salaries. That puts us, well, go with the chart. This breaks this chart up here, $71 billion. What's that increase when the Liberals got in power, Trudeau and now Carney? It's 77% increase in public sector spending, despite having 10,000 less jobs for the last year. This is increasing astronomically despite cutting jobs. They might be wondering how much are these people getting paid? Well, it says here, expected to jump to $139,400 by 2030. Yet in all their benefits, the average cost jumps to $170,000 per person working for the government. And you keep hearing all these stories of CRA personnel sitting there watching TV all day long, getting paid these big fat salaries. This bloated spending needs to be cut. I think we grab reports on equivalents. You can see once again, 2015, this is when Harper got out of power. So Harper got in at the beginning here, and then it went down. Trudeau gets in, it goes up. It's all the same thing. The Liberals just keep wasting money on people, on consultants, on all this stuff that doesn't help Canada, sending our money to gender-sensitive farming in Uganda and Democratic Republic of Congo. It's all a bunch of nonsense that's making us poor. Sending money to Ukraine, sending money to Gaza, and not taking care of Canadians. It will go down as one of the most disgraceful acts from a government in Canadian history, what they've done to Canadians in the past 10 years. Moving ahead here, we've got Conservative Adam Chambers dropping some truth bombs on CBC.
Mr. Poilievre also panned the Prime Minister's decision to lift some of the retaliatory tariffs last week. He says, if he was in charge, he would put in countermeasures on the Americans. Do you support hitting the U.S. with more tariffs?
Well, if we look at Mr. Carney's rhetoric during the campaign, and then we judge him by what his actions have been since the campaign, it's basically the complete opposite of what he promised Canadians during the campaign. He campaigned on, we'll have our elbows up, we're going to drop our gloves when someone challenges us, but every single decision that Prime Minister Carney has made since the campaign has been completely the opposite. He has given many concessions to the Americans, yet it is unclear whether we've gotten anything in return. Maybe that's why President Trump basically endorsed Mr. Carney during the campaign and said he didn't really like Pierre Poilievre that much because we would have been maybe more difficult to negotiate with.
But do you support tariffs? Do you think that's a prudent approach?
JP, I think you have to, we're not at the negotiating table currently. We don't know what's going on. Is it possible that the only way to get Americans talking to Canadians again was to reverse the tariffs? I'm not sure. But we have to look at the entirety of the deal when we do see a deal to judge Mr. Carney and whether he's able to secure one. I mean, Mr. Carney's...
This is a really fair response here because they don't know what's going on with those negotiations. Only Carney and his team knows. That's not even probably most of it. It was probably only Dominic LeBlanc and Mark Carney. Maybe Melanie Jolie and a couple others, Anita Nand maybe, but Carney's probably keeping this pretty close to the chest of what's going on with Trump.
I mean, Mr. Carney said he wanted the job. We had to hire... he said, hire me, hire the Liberal Party because we'll be able to negotiate to Donald Trump and stand up to him. Yet, his actions are not in keeping with that same promise.
As you have mentioned, there have been some concessions. We dropped the digital services tax. We did not match U.S. retaliatory tariffs on steel and aluminum and autos and lumber. And now we've just dropped the retaliatory tariffs on some of the other goods that we had in place. There have been concessions, and there hasn't been a deal. They blew past that August 1st deadline. There were some talks this week, but Dominic LeBlanc, the minister charged with negotiating this deal, left Washington earlier than planned. How soon does Mr. Carney have to come up with a deal to satisfy you, to show you that those concessions were worthwhile? Well, to be fair to the government, negotiating with the Americans is not an easy task. They are, have picked battles and fights with many other countries. So, Mr. Carney has a tall task ahead of him. I do think, though, questions need to be asked about the extreme change in strategy. Was Mr. Carney even committed to tariffs in the first place? Did he mislead Canadians by saying he would have elbows up, knowing he was going to make concessions in the future? Or is this truly the only way that we could get the Americans talking to us again? But even if that is true, JP, we have to ask ourselves how we got here in the first place. Mr. Trump's actions and tariffs are unjustifiable and not in keeping with the spirit of NAFTA. That is the most important point. But the second is, liberals, senior liberals who are still senior liberal cabinet ministers, and even the Prime Minister himself and the former Liberal Prime Minister have spent the last 10 years actually harming the relationship with Americans, antagonizing them. You just mentioned the digital services tax, there's the global minimum tax, there's the electric vehicle mandate, which, by the way, there is no possible way that our government is going to be able to continue that, not just because it's antagonizing to the Americans, but because it's just absolutely nonsense policy for Canadians here at home. And these are actions that the Liberals have taken that haven't just antagonized Republicans. And President Biden warned very starkly against imposing a global minimum tax before the rest of the world did, and a digital services tax. He warned Mrs. Freeland of that when she was the finance minister. She is still a senior minister in the Liberal government. The Democrats warned the Liberals that this would be a problem for the relationship. Republicans have warned the Liberals that this would be a problem for the relationship. And the only bipartisan consensus in America right now is that the Canadian relationship with the Americans has been strained. So I think, we have to be self-reflective about how we got here. We need to figure out a way to get out together. Conservatives have mentioned to Mr. Carney, and we've offered our hand of support, whatever we can do to help secure a deal, by the way, that Mr. Carney promised he could get, we would be willing to do. But I think it's still fair to ask questions as we go through this process. Why are we reversing the strategy? How did we get here in the first place? And how do we get out of it together?
All right, let's leave it there. Gotta explain something. The simple fact that Joe Biden was warning the Liberals that they would be hurting the relationship. This is Joe Biden, Democrat Joe Biden, lefty Joe Biden. Then they still went ahead with all this stuff, Online News Act, Streaming Act, the digital service tax, all these things that would hurt the Americans. They still did it. One must ask, what is the Liberals' end game? What is their end goal? It's not to do what's best for Canadians, that's for sure.
Well, I think that the Prime Minister has been really clear, hasn't deviated one bit from the promise and commitment that he made to Canadians about strengthening and
Just listen to this nonsense on CBC, wow.
Deepening the ties, diversifying the ties, the partnerships and relationships to rely on.
Okay, we're not going to listen to this dribble. It's just more propaganda on CBC. Mark Carney hasn't done anything. Let's just call it as it is. Moving ahead, we've got this one on CBC. It says Parliamentary Budget Officer says 3.2 million new homes needed to close the housing gap. Oh, really? This problem has been around for years now. The Liberals brought in this problem. They have no intention of solving this problem. They're pretending they're going to solve the problem, but they aren't solving the problem. Why would you bring in millions of people every year trying to satisfy the Century Initiative and then say, oh yeah, but don't worry, we're going to build a whole bunch of homes. They're bringing in more people than the homes they're building. It's not even close. As it says here, PBO projects about 227,000 new homes will be completed each year until 2035. Yet they're bringing in millions of people every year. This deficit of homes is going to get worse every year. So according to his report here, it says they'll need an additional 65,000 each year to be built just to close the gap on housing. The only way this gets fixed is cutting off immigration completely, deporting a whole bunch of people who shouldn't be here, and then increasing home building, incentivizing home building to astronomical levels. And even then, it'll take years to fix this problem that Trudeau, now Carney, is supporting. And while we're deporting people, maybe we should deport people like this. This guy walks in here, stands there for a bit, grabbing his stomach, and decides, you know what, I think this is a good spot to drop a hot car. Why not? Look, there's a little piece of grass here. Yeah, this will get the job done. Just drop it right there. We need to bring in serious penalties, $2,000 fines for doing this stuff, $10,000 fine. We can't have people just dropping hot ones wherever they want. This is a biohazard. People asking where this is, we know where this is. It's Brampton. It's right there in Brampton. Next up, we got this one. The housing construction slowdown is spreading across Canada. Quarter 1, 2025, new homes were down 89% in the GTA and 77% in Metro Vancouver. Construction should be accelerating. The industry has come to a virtual standstill. When you have the two biggest markets in Canada coming to a a standstill, everything else follows. It takes about 3 or 4 months in the real estate world for the prices to follow. Construction will probably be a little bit longer than that, and this will be a ripple effect. So when this finally starts getting going again, if it ever does get going again, it will also be a slow ripple effect across all the other communities around these major hubs. How many new arrivals do you see living in tents on the streets? The only housing shortage is for the people who used to live in them. That's not a problem for the government. It's happening just as planned. There's no reason to build anything new. It would be counterproductive. What a comment. That's true. New people coming in aren't the ones living in the streets. It's Canadians that are getting pushed out of houses and are living in the streets. Our tax dollars going to new people here who have not paid a dime in taxes for our country. It's disgraceful. That's why our system before was so good. We only allowed the best and the brightest in our country. We're not going to burden our country but build it up. The Liberals are trying to replace the Canadian population with people from abroad. Speaking of housing, we've got this one. China is now selling these small, affordable homes that you can buy at Walmarts in America. You'll never see these come to Canada because this would affect Brookfield's profits. Mark Carney's lining this up. There's no way he would allow this to happen in Canada.
好大雨啊！这都湿了。
It looks like a spaceship.
对了，吓我一跳。幸好我这房子装了被雷装饰。还有很多我要洗澡了，好光。不舒服。还是待在家里看电影最舒服。
Not seeing that in Canada anytime soon. If those were to be built in Canada, they would need to have proper insulation. Unless you're going to plop them down, like somewhere around where I'm at, Vancouver Island. Most of the rest of Canada, you're going to freeze to death in that thing. Oh, here it is here, $47,000. Best pod. Moving ahead here to light things up, we've got Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese motorcade getting chased through Ballarat by a convoy of angry farmers in tractors. This is what's happening in Australia. Well, I've seen it all now. Just imagine if Mark Carney was getting chased around by tractors in downtown Ottawa. That would be hilarious.
Seems like more of the same, and at some point, we're going to have to talk policy when Trump isn't the boogeyman anymore.
Something is brewing here. Welcome back to Moose and Loose. My name's David. Today we've got Kevin O'Leary on Fox News. They're breaking down the whole situation with Carney and Trump, the tariffs, all of that, because Mark Carney's team seems to be getting to the table with Trump talking. There's a potential deal in the works, at least for the time being. Will Carney's team actually negotiate this time? We also have a new report coming out of Trump First Nation chiefs making nearly $1 million a year. No financial audits. Let's jump into this. Starting this one off, we got this holy crap. Stats Canada released a chart today showing the growth of temporary foreign workers in Canada. Look at it going to the moon under Trudeau. We're going to have a lot of talk of this tonight, temporary foreign workers. As we see here, number of temporary foreign workers program, 2000 to 2022. Justin Trudeau got into power right here. The blue section here is study permit holders without a work permit. The big yellow one here is international mobility program other. The Liberals brought in a bunch of cheap labor to enrich their business buddies. With that, we've got Pierre calling up with this breaking. Carney Liberals said they would cap temporary foreign workers at 82,000 for 2025. Only halfway through the year, it's already 105,000, while our youth employment is at a 27-year low. Prime Minister Mark Carney is depriving a generation of young people of wages and jobs. He promised change and said he is worse. Only Conservatives will put Canadian workers first. The Liberals don't care about Canadians, young Canadians, homeless Canadians. They only care about themselves. I heard this is only half the problem. Brain drain is a real problem too. I'm shocked that Donald Trump and the Americans haven't opened the door to well-educated Canadians to just flow down to America. If they wanted to do a serious brain drain, just make it easy for Canadians to get green cards and see you later. Because as of right now, Canadians are tired of all this madness. Prosperity is in America. If they made it easy, they would get so many scientists, engineers, doctors, etc.
As our young people have a quarter-century high in their unemployment, Mark Carney brings in this year is expected to bring in a record number of temporary foreign workers to take the jobs of Canadian youth, driving down our kids' wages and their ability to earn a living. So while he drives up the cost of housing, preventing them from owning homes, he He drives down their wages by allowing greedy multinational corporations to bring in low-wage foreign workers that take away Canadian jobs, including in high unemployment regions of this country. Crime and chaos rage on our streets as every single catch-and-release liberal law remains in place, and Mark Carney has done nothing to stop it. And Mark Carney globetrots around the world, signing fake declarations that mean nothing and secure nothing for Canada, all while the United States and China are trampling all over Canada with tariffs. His weakness abroad is costing us at home.
It's almost like this is part of the plan. They don't want young Canadians to have jobs, to have money, to have control of anything in their life. Make the houses too expensive, get rid of the jobs. What do you end up with? Ultimate control over the population, at least the youth population. And related to that, we've got Tablesaw posting this: Canadian refugee backlog surged to all-time highs. 287,000 people are now waiting for a hearing. Also, almost 10,000 Indian nationals have claimed asylum so far in 2025, more than any other nation. India is a democracy. This is broken, yes. There should be 0 asylum claims from India. People from India not fearing for their lives. You can see here India highlighted, and right there, almost 10,000. As you see, Honduras, Hong Kong, Hungary, Haiti, all these other countries not even close to India. Next up, we've got this one from Juno News. It says, nearly a decade after the Liberal government suspended enforcement of Canada's Indigenous Transparency Law, most Alberta First Nations have ceased publicly publishing financial audits. I wonder why. Is it because the Crop First Nation chiefs are pocketing the cash?
The CBC would never tell you this. Most Alberta First Nations haven't filed audits in years. This is all because the Trudeau government announced in 2015 it would no longer enforce the First Nations Financial Transparency Act because they called it racist. So we have no idea how all of the money they receive is even being used. What's really interesting is that some councillors are making more money than the Prime Minister, according to leaked documents from Colin Craig. Here's one example right here where a chief made over $900,000 in a single year, including a bonus he paid himself for negotiating a real estate deal.
$914,000 a chief is making. If this isn't corruption, I don't know what is. I've said it so many times. These corrupt chiefs, it's not all of them, but there are definitely corrupt chiefs like this, stuffing their own pockets, then depriving the people of their vans. That's why there's clean drinking water, propane heaters in the winter, unmaintained roads. You have corrupt chiefs like this who belong in jail. They don't deserve to get $914,000 a year for essentially doing nothing, freeloading off the taxpayer.
Now, according to federal records, 13 of Alberta's 44 First Nation bands have not posted an audited financial statement since at least the 2020-2021 fiscal year. And some haven't posted since 2014-2015, and a few bands have never filed an audit. However, according to this poll in August, 80% of Canadians support disclosure of First Nation spending.
If they don't post their financials, they should not get any money, period. It should be a requirement, just like the rest of us who have to file our taxes. With the billions they get every year, their reserves should be the best places on earth, yet they all look like slums. Where the heck is all the money? It's in the corrupt chiefs' bank accounts. This whole thing has nothing to do with the people living on the reserves.